Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Public Works for today, Monday, November 27th, 2017. We hope everyone had a nice Thanksgiving holiday.
Commissioners Rivas, Repenning, James, Davis, and Jacinto are present. We have a quorum. May we start with Bureau introductions, beginning with the Bureau of Sanitation.
Good morning, Ali Pusti, Bureau of Sanitation.
Good morning, Brett McReynolds, Bureau of Contract Administration.
Good morning, Mike Cirillo, Bureau of Engineering.
Good morning, Ruben Flamenco, Bureau of Street Lighting.
Good morning, Elvin Galindo, Bureau of Street Services.
Good morning, Ted Jordan, Public Works General Counsel.
Good morning, Raul Mendoza, Assistant Executive Officer. President James, we do not have any speaker cards under general public comment, no cards under neighborhood council commentary, and we do have three speaker cards on item number 7.
Okay, we'll close general public comment as well as the neighborhood council category of commentary. Is there a second to my motion that we approve the meeting minutes of the meeting of Wednesday, November 1, 2017? By Commissioner Repenning. Any objection? Without objection, we'll approve those meeting minutes. Agenda item number 14 is a stop payment notice. Pacific West Space Communications transmitted a stop payment notice in the amount of $111,074 for furnishing labor, tools, and equipment for horizontal directional drilling in connection with the West Side Unit 3 Series to Multiple High Voltage Conversion Fiscal Year 2016-17 street lighting project, the contractor for which is Servitech Solutions Incorporated. Is there a second to my motion that we receive agenda item number 14 forthwith? By Commissioner Rivas and Commissioner Davis. Any objection? Without objection, we will do so. Agenda item number 12, the release of a stop payment notice. The trustees of the Southern California IBEW NECA Trust Funds, Lacker, Urban, Clifford, and Hodge LLP, attorneys for the trustees for the Southern California IBEW NECA Trust Funds, have submitted the release of a stop payment notice in the amount of $86,286.56 for furnishing electrical work and labor to Steiny & Company, an apparent subcontractor, in connection with the Soto Street Bridge over Mission Road and Huntington Drive Bridge Renewal and Street Realignment Project, the contractor for which is PALP Incorporated, doing business as XL Paving. Is there a second to my motion that we receive agenda item number 12 forthwith? By Commissioner Repenning. Any objection? Without objection, we will do so. Agenda item number 13, a stop payment notice. Pacific West Space Communications has transmitted a stop payment notice in the amount of $97,988.23 for furnishing labor, tools, and equipment for horizontal directional drilling in connection with the West Side Unit 1 Series to Multiple High Voltage Conversion Fiscal Year 2016-17 Street Lighting Project, the contractor for which is Servitech Solutions Incorporated. Is there a second to my motion that we receive agenda item number 13 forthwith? By Commissioners Repenning and Davis. Any objection? Without objection, we will do so. Agenda item number 11, specifications submitted for board adoption and authorization to advertise for the invitation of bids. This is in Council Districts 1, 4, 13, and 14 for the Elysian Valley Series to Multiple High Voltage Conversion fiscal year 2017-18. This is a street lighting project. The estimate is $1,965,000. The bid receipt date is January 10th, 2018. Is there a second to my motion that we approve agenda item number 11 forthwith? By Commissioner Rivas. Any objection? Without objection, we will approve agenda item number 11 forthwith. Agenda item number 10, specifications submitted for board adoption and authorization to advertise for the invitation of bids. This is for Council Districts 2, 4, 5, and 7 for the North Hollywood Studio Cities Series, Multiple High Voltage Conversion Street Lighting Project for fiscal year 2017-2018. The estimate on this project is $2,337,500. The bid receipt date is also January 10th, 2018. Is there a second to my motion that we adopt agenda item number 10 forthwith? By Commissioners Repenning. Any objection? Without objection, we will adopt agenda item number 10 forthwith. Agenda item number 9, authority for expenditure on Pacoima Beautiful. The Bureau of Sanitation and the Office of Accounting are requesting board approval and execution of an authority for expenditure in the amount of $44,077 to fund the expansion of the Bureau of Sanitation's education program at Lopez Canyon Environmental Education Center from July 1, 2017 to June 30th, 2018. Is there a representative from the Bureau here on agenda item number 9? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioner President James, Commissioner Rivas, Commissioner Penning, Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Jacinto, Bureau's representatives, City Attorney, and Executive Officer. My name is Miguel Cermeno. I'm with the Bureau of Sanitation. Yes, we're here to request authorization for Pacoima Beautiful, a nonprofit organization. This letter agreement that we have between the Pacoima Beautiful and the City of Los Angeles is for the education. It's an education program that will benefit our education, the Lopez Canyon Environmental Education Center, where residents can come and learn about backyard composting, smart gardening, and stormwater harvesting. The partnership between Pacoima Beautiful and LA San is to expand its education program at Lopez Canyon by offering classes on the fourth Saturday of each month on urban gardening, in addition to the current class on backyard composting that takes place on the second Saturday of every month. The services that Pacoima Beautiful is a twofold. The first one is education workshops for community members to learn about the benefits of mulching and compost, an urban garden, such learning about spring vegetables, health soil management, watering 101, California friendly herbs garden, pollinators, gardening, pruning and trimming fruit trees, installation of drip irrigation. The second is also to train our LA San staff for them to go ahead and give those classes in the future. So they will receive more in-depth instruction on urban garden, so they can be able to facilitate the educational workshops in the future. The training will take place at Silmar High School and will include a total of 14 class sessions, and all class materials will be provided. The workshops and training will be instructed by Mr. Steve List. Mr. List is a horticulture teacher with over 40 years of experience teaching sustainable urban garden practices. In addition, Pacoima Beautiful will prepare all outreach materials to ensure program success. Education materials will include flyer distribution, social media, Instagram and Facebook, email blast, phone banking, and text reminders. That will conclude my presentations. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, sir. We'll start with Commissioner Rivas, then go to Commissioner Penning.
Thank you for this presentation. I'm excited that we're contracting with Pacoima Beautiful to offer these workshops at Lopez Canyon. I know Mr. Steve List is a popular Silmar teacher, known for gardening and urban, all these urban gardening workshops. So from what I understand, that your staff, LA San staff, is going to be there, and they're going to then later take over these workshops? Is that what you mentioned?
That is correct, Commissioner Rivas. So they're going to be our staff that is already doing some classes, the mulching and compost classes on the second Saturdays. The staff will be taking the classes with Mr. List for 14 sessions throughout the year, so they can learn all the courses, so later the following year they can go ahead and teach these courses to the community.
Okay, so it's kind of like a train the trainer model, but at the same time residents will be able to take the courses.
That is
right?
correct. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's great.
Thank you, Commissioner Rivas. Commissioner Penning.
Hi, Miguel. So the classes have already started. How are they going in terms of the turnout and participation levels?
And sort of for coming late to the board on this particular item, the classes are going well. We have already 4 classes going forward. We started in July, August, September, October. So far, we have participation on these classes. The delay was due to our Pacoima Beautiful director, maternity leave. The person on the sanitation administrator, the person that was administrating this AE, was also on maternity leave, so it sort of delayed a little bit coming to the board on this item. However, The classes started in July. So far, we had 4, and so far, everything seems to going perfectly well.
Okay. Well, I am definitely in support of the project, and, as you know, I think that as we really start to focus on food waste in our city, I think that sanitation, we're going to need to really build up our, our programs to help educate and engage people around composting, both backyard composting and other community composting options. So I think this is potentially a good model, although you're doing a lot more than just composting. You're really talking about a lot of different environmentally things that people can do with their yards. But I think it's potentially a good model. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Penning. Anything further? Is there a motion on agenda item number 9 by Commissioner Penning, seconded by Commissioner Davis? Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 9. Any issue sending number 9 forthwith? We'll send number 9 forthwith. Thank you, sir. Agenda item number 1. Before we take number 1, a housekeeping item on items 4 and 6. On agenda items 4 and 6, both contract awards for tree trimming regarding street lighting projects. Well, one of them is for street lighting, and the other one is in Council Districts 10 and 15. There was an issue raised by SEIU Local 721 that was sent to my attention Wednesday afternoon. So they've requested a continuance, which I agreed to grant them until December 8th to give our city attorney's office time to look into the issues that they have raised. So that would result in a continuance of agenda items 4 and 6 until Friday, December 8th, 2017. Is that the correct date, Mr. Mendoza?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. So that'll be on agenda items 4 and 6. Agenda item number 1, Council District 11, above ground facility variance 7891 South LA. It looks South La Tijera Boulevard. Let's try that. Above ground facilities variance 7891 South La Tijera Boulevard on the Airport Boulevard side of the lot. Approve the request for a variance from the height limitation requirements of the AGF ordinance pursuant to Los Angeles Municipal Code Section 62.08 VB. And secondly, authorize mobility to install a 53-foot, 1-inch high wood monopole in the public right-of-way adjacent to 7891 South La Tijera Boulevard on the Airport Boulevard side of the lot. Mr. Ledoux on number 1.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Ledoux. I work with Bureau of Engineering Central District. This is a mobility monopole that's 53 feet 1 inch. It is in a commercial zoned area in CD11 Mike Bonin. They are remaining neutral on this one. I have not heard from any property owners or other groups, either pro or con, on this item. There is no possibility of co-location as there are no streetlights anywhere near this particular site. And the closest ones that I could find are really tiny ones. So there's no streetlight co-location possibilities with this site.
The height precluded any of the neighboring infrastructure at all for co-location?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Any, no objections either?
No objections.
It's in a commercial area?
None.
And it's a wood monopole. I don't have any questions. I'll make a motion that we adopt agenda item number 1, seconded by Commissioner Jacinto. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 1. You're here as well on number 2, Mr. Ledoux, Council District 11, above ground facility variance for 5456 South McConnell Avenue. Recommending that the board approve the request for a variance from the height limitation requirements of the AGF ordinance pursuant to Los Angeles Municipal Code Section 6208 VB and authorize mobility to install a 48-foot 1-inch high wood monopole in the public right-of-way adjacent to 5456 South McConnell Avenue. Mr. Ledoux on number 2.
Once again, this is mobility monopole, 48 feet 1 inches high. It is in a light manufacturing zone. It is twice the height of any nearby street lights at least. It's in Mike Bonin CD11's district. They're remaining neutral on this, and I heard no nothing pro or con on this item by either email or telephone or by letter.
Same issues regarding co-location?
Yes. Well, this is in a manufacturing zone. There's not a lot of streetlights, and this pole would be about twice the height of any that would be in the area.
And just for the record, I know you stated it before, DWP poles are precluded because?
They're normally precluded because there's too much on the poles and dangers to trying to put a small installation in amongst all that wiring.
Okay. Any questions on agenda item number 2? Commissioner Sintos made a motion that we adopt agenda item number 2. I'll second it. Any objection? Without objection, we will adopt agenda item number 2. Any issue sending number 2 forthwith? We will send number 2 forthwith. Thank you, sir. Agenda item number 3, Memorandum of Agreement Onewater La 2040 Plan Phase 2, recommending that the board approve and authorize the Director of the Bureau of Sanitation or his designee with the concurrence of the mayor to enter into a memorandum of agreement between the Bureau of Sanitation and Los Angeles Department of Water and Power regarding Department of Water and Power's cost-sharing commitment to fund up to $2,200,000 for Phase 2 of the Onewater La 2040 Plan. A contract in the amount of $6,352,500, including contingencies, was awarded to Carollo Engineers by the Bureau of Sanitation to assist with the task of Onewater LA Phase 2. Lenice Marrero, good morning.
Good morning, President James, Commissioners, Bureau Representative, City Attorney, and Executive Officer. My name is Lenice Marrero. I'm here on behalf of the Bureau of Sanitation. I'm here to request authority for LA Sanitation to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the Department of Water and Power to cost share the Onewater LA 2040 plan. DWP would be paying $2.2 million out of $6.3 million total. The contract was awarded in August of 2015 to Carollo Engineers. We have been working diligently on developing the Onewater LA plan over the last 2 years. You may be familiar with the Onewater LA plan, but just a brief overview. Onewater LA aims to cooperatively develop an integrated framework to identify synergies for collaboration within the city, within city departments, and with other agencies, as related to wastewater facilities, watersheds, water facilities, and water resource efforts. This is a plan that aims to look towards the year 2040, so over the next 25 years. It's a long-term planning effort, and the Onewater LA 2040 plan draft will be ready in December of this year. We are currently reviewing the draft. The memorandum of agreement calls for DWP to pay $1.1 million upon the effective date of the MOA, and the remaining $1.1 million upon the completion of the Onewater LA 2040 plan, the final documents. And with that, I will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Commissioner Repenning?
Sure. I just wanted to continue to support this project and your work. Really appreciate you, Lenice and Ali, and the whole team.
Thank you.
The level of community engagement that you guys have achieved is really amazing. There's just a lot of people not traditionally involved in infrastructure work necessarily, and I think that the fact that you guys have really created this whole community around the idea of integrated water planning, which is kind of nerdy, but people are really into it, and it's amazing. So it's really important for our city. We're also achieving, I think, a lot of a really good interdepartmental collaboration. So we obviously have the mayor's water cabinet, which kind of puts people together at the higher level, but you guys are really making sure that staff throughout the departments are actually involved in understanding why it's so important to consider water conservation, water reuse, water capture as we plan for the future of our city. So I just want to thank you guys for your hard work and keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
We'll hope to support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Repenning. Commissioner Davis?
I just wanted to thank you for your report and say that this is a great model in how government works together and putting the best talent together from two departments that really are serving the city. And I appreciate having these two departments work together to help to increase our awareness on conservation, water recycling, and particularly stormwater capture and groundwater recharge. And so, again, I think that this is the future in terms of how we can do more with really less in many ways. So I support this 100%.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Jacinto.
Thank you, President James. Linnis, thank you for this report. It is all about sustainability, so I support this as well. Can you give a quick preview after phase 2, what's going to happen broadly?
So just to give you an overview, phase 1 of the plan was to develop the vision, objectives, and guiding principles. That happened in 2014. In 2015, we started the development of the plan, and phase 2 is the actual plan, the document that we're developing towards the year 2040. It'll have long-term recommendations as well as near-term recommendations for integrated projects and policies. And as far as phase 3, it really entails the implementation of the plan. Once we develop the plan, we don't want it to sit in a shelf. So we're developing an implementation plan to continue to work with city departments, to continue to work with stakeholders, to actually implement the recommendations from the Onewater Plan. It's to continue Onewater as a program, as a vision for the city.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacinto. Commissioner Penning.
I just wanted to chime in again and thank our colleagues at the Department of Water and Power for the investment into the project as well. Obviously, they've been involved all along in the work, and it's great to see them making a significant financial investment into the project as well.
Yeah. And they are here, represented here today, and we would like to thank them for their partnership as well.
Great. Thank you, DWP.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Penning. That was a motion from Commissioner Penning, seconded by Commissioners Davis and Jacinto. Any objection? Without objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 3. Any issues sending number 3 forthwith? We'll send number 3 forthwith. Thank you both. Thank you, ma'am. Agenda item number 8, a requested bid rejection in Council District 15, San Pedro Siphon Upstream 30-inch cast iron pipe sewer, recommending that the board reject all bids for the project and return to the board to re-advertise the project at a later date. Claudia Haskett, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Claudia Haskett with the Bureau of Engineering, and this motion is to reject the bids. The project was advertised in August 7th, 2017, and bids were received September 13th, 2017. It included all the work and labor and materials associated with the replacement of 20 feet of 30-inch cast iron pipe and a significant portion of a very large storm drain in the San Pedro area. The bids came in quite high, and it was determined that in the interest of the city that we should reject all bids and reevaluate the bids at this time.
Okay. Any questions, Commissioner Penning?
Where are we at on, I just think that we kind of go around with these things. We pay more than we should, and I think we would all like to see the city performing this work. Some, if not all of it, but, the amount of staff time, which comes at a cost even just to try to get, these things bid and rebid, and then we end up, going way over the estimate. I just think that maybe it's time for us to really look at putting this back into the hands of our city workforce.
Well, so a lot of this work is very specialized, and the city workforce isn't able to do this work. So otherwise, we would.
But we could hire people that are trained to do it.
We can look into that.
Mr. Pusti.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Commissioner. So our resources are right now allocated to do maintenance, mostly. The highly specialized work similar to this is really, we don't have the expertise at this time. However, we are looking to develop our workforces further to be able to do such work in the future.
Thank you, Ally. I think it's something that we ought to look to going forward. Commissioner Rivas.
What percentage above the city engineer's estimate were the bids? Just about.
I'm sorry?
What percentage above the city engineer's estimate were, I mean, the range, I mean, from the lowest one?
Sorry. So the lowest apparent bidder came in at 115% higher than the city engineer's bid.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was
Significant,
curious
yes.
because if you're rejecting them, it must have been.
We did speak with the contractors, and this is a high-risk project. There are a lot of consideration. I mean, there are a lot of things they took into consideration. We did also, but they're more cautious. This work is right next to the harbor. I mean, we are within a couple hundred feet of the ocean, and groundwater is quite shallow. So there was a lot of grouting associated with it, but the contractor seemed to feel that maybe more grouting was necessary.
So then, do you think our estimate then was just way too low because we didn't account for that risk? Or?
We accounted for quite a lot of risk. I think the contractors wanted to account for more risk. They really were super conservative, super cautious with their bids.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rivas. Commissioner Jacinto.
Thank you, President James. Claudia, thank you for this. You answered my question. I was going to ask you, what is the status of the 30-inch 20 feet? And you said high risk. So we're not at an emergency situation, correct?
That's uncertain. Sanitation did go and CCTV the line recently. It's hard to tell because it's a cast iron pipe. We don't really know exactly how corroded it is. It looks fairly corroded, but it's not, at this time we don't think it's going to break, but we don't know. It's 60 years old.
Okay. The 6 by 12 foot storm drain, the large storm drain, what about that? What's the status of that?
The status, that storm drain was built quite a long time ago, and we believe that our sewer is built into the base of the storm drain. It's also, our structural engineering division evaluated it, and the storm drain does not appear to be structurally sound enough, so that was part of it. Also, they were concerned that if they open the storm drain, that it may collapse on itself. It's built on piles because of the softer ground, because of the groundwater. So there are a lot of concerns.
Okay. So you've had feedback from on board that, pushing through with the scope of work, also the redesign that the staff wants to do. What do we think we're really going to achieve by the redesign? Would we do less work, different type of work?
Now that we have the CCTV, we can evaluate the condition of the pipe a little bit better than we were able to previously. So we may look at other alternatives as to repair methods.
Okay, you're going to come back to us as soon as possible with that,
Sure.
those findings. Great, thank you, Claudia.
Commissioner Davis.
Could you tell me a little bit about the expertise of those individuals who are doing the work?
The expertise of them? Well, they're all very familiar with the work, and this was designed at our Harbor District office. They're very familiar with the area and the condition of the sewer. They've been monitoring all the sewers in the area.
They basically do sewer repair, right?
Correct.
And do we have anybody on staff in our BOE department that does sewer repair, that are part of city staff?
Design or construction?
Design.
Design, yes.
Okay, and then now in terms of construction, we contract out, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so the company that those who bid it, that contract out, we got how many of those?
We got 3 bids.
We got only 3 bids. And were those individuals from the city area, the LA County area, or were they from out of the area because of the highly specialized?
Two of them were from the city, from within the city. One of them is outside of the city.
2 were from in the city,
Correct.
And 1 was from outside of the city.
Correct.
So is 3 a relative number in terms of those who usually would compete for such a project?
It varies. It depends on the market, and it could be that a lot of people thought it was a little too risky to bid on, and they decided not to bid. I know that at our pre-bid meeting, we had quite a few people in attendance. I don't recall the exact number, but I think perhaps some of them weren't willing to try to do.
So what do you think would be one of the other solutions that we might consider, given the confrontation we have with such unreasonable request for doing the job as we move forward, looking at it from a BOE perspective? What do you think?
One of the options we're looking at is lining the pipe. Currently, the reaches upstream and downstream of this have been upsized, so it actually is a choke point, but a lot of the flow has been diverted from that reach, and they've done a lot of repairs in the area, so there isn't a lot of infiltration into the sewer system, and so the flow into that sewer is less. So depending on the condition of the pipe, that's one of the options we're looking at. We had considered that option during the design phase, but before we could do that, we wanted to get the sewer cleaned in CCTV, excuse me, and we could not get a contractor to do that. They were concerned that during the cleaning phase, they may break the pipe, and in doing so, the groundwater would rush in, which would be the ocean, and that's a straight line into the siphon that goes under the harbor and into Terminal Island, and nobody wanted to take that risk.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Penning.
So if, in approving this here today, we are essentially postponing to a later date, and you guys would come back to us to request to re-advertise.
Correct.
Okay, so I don't see any downside to that. And
What's the timeline on it?
Like I said, we're looking at the possibility of lining it. If we do that, it'll be much shorter.
6 months?
Or less.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Is that a motion, Commissioner Penning? Seconded with myself and Commissioner Davis. Any objection? With that objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 8. Any issues, send 8 forthwith. We'll send number 8 forthwith. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the discussion. Agenda item number 5. Personal Services Contract, BOE and Bureau of Engineering and Bureau of Contract Administration, on-call geotechnical and environmental services consultants, recommending that the board first approve and forward this report with transmittals to the mayor, requesting that he approve and authorize myself or 2 commissioners of the Board of Public Works to execute the personal services contracts between the City of Los Angeles and the on-call geotechnical and environmental services consultants. The consultants will provide as-needed services for various public works projects. The 11 on-call geotechnical and environmental services consultants are: number 1, AECOM Technical Services Incorporated; number 2, AMEC Foster Wheeler Environment and Infrastructure Incorporated; number 3, CDM Smith; number 4, Converse Consultants; number 5, Fugro USA Land Incorporated; number 6, Geocon West; number 7, Geosyntec Consultants Incorporated; number 8, Kleinfelder West Incorporated; number 9, Layton Consulting Incorporated; number 10, Nino and Moore Geotechnical and Environmental Sciences Consultants; and number 11, Tetra Tech BAS Incorporated. Number 2, request that the board randomly select the names of the on-call consultants to create the initial on-call geotechnical and environmental services consultants list for use in future assignments of work. Easton Forcier.
Good morning. Easton Forcier with the Bureau of Engineering, Geotechnical Engineering Division. Our division has been utilizing an on-call consultant contract since around 1991. It's assisted us in providing quality geotechnical and environmental engineering services, as well as engineering geology services for a variety of public works projects, as well as for projects for other city departments. The consultants work under our supervision. We review their work, and over the years we've benefited greatly as a result of the knowledge transfer, especially on some of the more technically complex projects. It is a rotating list. The solicitation of work, we typically, anything over 100,000, we go out to everybody on the list. We try to procure or solicit proposals from everybody. Typically for projects under 100, we go to the top 3. When they're awarded the work, obviously they go to the bottom of the list, and that's why it's referred to as a rotating list. So when we issued our request for qualifications on the LA Babin website, we had 21 consultants download the RFQ. 18 submitted their statement of qualifications by the deadline. The evaluation criteria, there's a broad overview in the board report as to what we were specifically looking for. There were 3 people on the rating panel, including myself, Patrick Schmidt, and Morton Price, all from the Geotechnical Engineering Division. There was key or more specific requirements that were listed in the RFQ. We did apply a local business when we were rating, and again, the total percentage was out of 100. We did apply a local business preference program to increase for the respondents who qualified. There were 5: AMEC, Foster, Wheeler Environment and Infrastructure, Arcadis, USA Inc., CDM Smith Inc., Converse Consultants, and Nino and Moore Geotechnical and Environmental Services Sciences Consultants. Pardon me. We received the City Administrative Office determined that it was more feasible for this to utilize consultants than the geotechnical engineering be able to perform this work in our division. The city attorney has reviewed our upcoming or proposed on-call contract, has been approved by them. When we advertised the RFQ, we set participation levels for the business inclusion program of 13% minority business enterprise, 4% women-owned business enterprise, 25% small business enterprise, 8% emerging business enterprise, and 3% disabled veterans business enterprise. And all of the 11 selected consultants have met the business inclusion program outreach requirements. That has been confirmed by the Bureau of Contract Administration. With that, can I answer any questions?
We'll start with Commissioner Jacinto.
Thank you, President James. Easton, thank you for this. The question, and I wanted just to put it on public record, when we talked about in the briefing, they had 18 that submitted their qualifications, and we had a review panel of 3, and we came up with 11 for a recommended list. My question was there a natural break in terms of that from the 11 to 12? Can you talk a little bit about that, sir?
Excuse me, yeah, there was. It was 80.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question. Was there a what?
So a natural break in terms of the rating and, from...
Okay, go ahead.
There was 18 and we picked 11.
There was. 80% was the cutoff. And in fact, originally when we advertised the RFQ, we set in there a list of approximately 10 consultants. We ended up with 11 on this one because the clear break was between 11 and 12 for this.
There was a clear break. And in general, the Geotech group, we use this list a lot to help us with our landslides and variety of different projects that we
Everything, all sorts. Yeah, in design, both design and construction.
Right.
For me, it's used mostly for construction monitoring, which is just something we don't have the staffing to be able to accommodate the needs of construction and the fast-paced nature of it, but both design and all through construction.
Great. Thank you, Easton.
Thank you, Commissioner Penning.
Thank you, Easton. So what is the difference between the previous list and this list?
In terms of numbers?
Yeah.
We went from 15 to 11.
Okay.
I do want to explain that the 15 before, it started off as 11. And then there was one firm who was working on the White Point landslide project, which is a pretty big project. My understanding is that they were rated number 15 from the last time the list was developed or established. And in order to reach them, we had to pick up 3 more along, bring them in as well. So it was originally an 11 firm list, and then we picked up that 15th firm. Those other 3 got included, and that's how it became 15.
Okay, so we haven't had any objections from any of the firms that didn't make it?
No.
Okay, and I appreciate the goals that you've set. I would like us to think about starting to raise our WBE in this. I think it's great that we have a goal for disabled veteran participation, but that's 3% and the women known as 4, and women we're actually 51% of the population. So, but I'm not going to hold this up. I know Gary's commitment on this issue, so.
We'll certainly encourage our consultants to
I know you.
not
I know
shoot
you
for the
guys.
bare minimum.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Repenning. Commissioner Rivas.
So, when you applied the local business preference, what you just added 8 points to their score? Is that how it worked?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So,
We took an average of the 3 people on the panel and then applied 8% to it.
an average score, and then applied 8%. Okay. And so then, when they submit proposals, they will also.
No, they actually. My understanding was for this, it only gets applied to make the list.
For this, but not when they submit.
Not for the actual single task order solicitations.
Okay, thanks. And then you listed what percentage of employees are LA residents. How did you use that to evaluate? Was this part of their score, or you just wanted this data from each of the consultants?
This was just information. My understanding is that we had to include in the report, and the consultants provided that to us.
Okay.
But the actual local business enterprise, they had to register for it and obtain it.
Yeah, because this doesn't necessarily, the percentage of employees in Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles, isn't necessarily part of whether they qualify as a local.
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rivas. Commissioner Davis.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of echo what Commissioner Repenning was saying about the opportunity that we have. And first, I'd like to compliment you, at least for the effort in terms of the diversity that we can bring about on this project. Certainly, as Repenning has stated, women probably are around 40% of the market in LA. Of the available businesses that they present. And so certainly I agree that we could include that, and also diversity in other areas as well. And with the Bureau Chief being committed, again, I think that this would be a great project for us to really demonstrate the kind of excellence that we.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Is there a motion on agenda item number 5 by Commissioner Asento, seconded by Commissioner Davis? Any objection? With that objection, we'll adopt agenda item number 5. Any issue saying number 5 forthwith? We'll send number 5 forthwith. We need to pick the random order in which the assignments will be handed out. Mr. Roch, you've sat in the back so quietly today, awaiting your turn for your oral report from the Office of Community Beautification. So we'll let you come and draw the numbers, since you don't have anything to do with this project directly. You'll draw the numbers randomly, and this will be the order in which they are assigned. All right, Tetra Tech is
that
first.
One or?
That's 1. Tetra Tech will be first. Layton will be second. That was Kleinfelder West, third, okay? Fugro USA, fourth. Converse Consultant, 5. Geocon West, 6. CDM Smith, 7. Geosyntech Consultants, 8. ACOM, 9. AMEC Foster, 10. There you go, that's 11. Thank you, sir. So that'll be the order forthwith. Thank you, Easton. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 7. I think we have all the parties. Mr. Jordan, do we have all the parties represented now?
GRBCON's representative is here as well as our council.
Okay.
Kordich's council is here as well, and I believe Kordich is here. Although, as we discussed, we may be continuing.
Well, we'll
the
see what
Kordich aspect.
happens. Agenda item number 7, Bureau of Contract Administration, Bureau of Engineering, establishment of a pre-qualified on-call contractor list, emergency sewer and storm drain repairs. The Bureau of Contract Administration will report for board consideration on GRBCON and Kordich Construction Incorporated for final declaration as it relates to responsiveness to the pre-qualified on-call contractor list for emergency sewer and storm drain repairs. We have speaker cards on this. We'll start with Mr. Louie. What we did, Ms. McGlinchey, are you here on this one today? Okay, thank you. Let me just see if I can accurately summarize this. We had a number of on-call consultants for this project. I'm not remembering the number. Let's say it's 18, 17?
I believe it was 25.
25,
Submitted
okay.
Statement of qualifications.
All right. I knew it was more than the last one, but I wasn't sure. Okay, so, and then the day that we had the hearing, an attorney for GRBCON was here. Good to see you again, sir. Raised an objection and some issues, but did not object to us going forward with, in essence, certing the list, to use civil service terms, and approve the list going forward. But we remained out there with 2 of the 3 that were left out, GRBCON and Kordich. Then, in a subsequent continued hearing, Kordich made their first appearance, made some points here, and then we have continued both items to today. One of our intents was to give GRBCON the opportunity, as I believe maybe they requested, but we wanted to do anyway, to meet with our staff regarding the issues that they raised and to put some of the issues before the Board of Public Works. So, Mr. Louie, let's deal with GRBCON first, since at least chronologically their issue came up first.
Sounds good.
And go from there.
Okay. Well, good morning. My name is Richard Louie with the Bureau of Engineering, and I'm here on item number 7, which is a report on this continued item regarding a recommendation that GRBCON Incorporated and Kordich Construction Incorporated be found as not obtaining the qualifying score for this pre-qualified on-call contract for emergency sewer and storm drain contractor list. Just to give again a little summary, this pre-qualified on-call contract list was advertised under a request for qualifications on May 4th, 2017. We received 25 statement of qualifications, and the due date for those statement of qualifications was June 15th, 2017. 4 different people from 2 different bureaus reviewed the statement of qualifications using the same criteria for all SOQ reviews. And those reviews are summarized under transmittal 3 under a table. I reviewed that transmittal number 3 and saw that it has not been updated, and so I wanted to verbally explain to you those updates as well as provide you a copy of the updated table real quickly.
Thank you, sir.
So briefly, this table in front of you shows a summary of the Statement of Qualification Review. And there are 5 different sections that were a part of the Statement of Qualification Review. Section 1 is in regards to submittal requirements. Section 2 is in regards to the Bureau of Engineering records. Section 3 is in regard to Bureau of Contract Administration records. Section 4 is in regards to the company profile. And Section 5 is in regards to work experience. The things that are updated on this table compared to the transmittal number 3 that is attached to the board report currently are as follows. Under GRBCON Incorporated Summary, under Section 5, it should read that the Bureau of Engineering SOQ average is 7 points, and the Bureau of Contract Administration SOQ average is 3 points. Previously, the table showed that the BCA SOQ average was 0, and that was an accounting, a clerical error. So again, it's supposed to be 7 points for BOE and 3 points for BCA. Previously, it had showed 7 points for BOE, 0 points for BCA. At the October 31st board hearing, GERBCON gave a comments, and they made a statement that they don't understand why BCA gave 0 points when the company's principal had many years of experience. And so this is just to let you know that was a clerical error. BCA did provide at least 3 points. So the average of 7 and 3 equals 5 points as the score for Section 5.
Mr. Louis, might I just ask, if I could interrupt you for a moment. Given the admission by the Bureau that there was a clerical error in the first report, did the Bureau go back and confirm that all of the other categories that are presented today are free of any other such clerical error?
For GERBCON, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Additionally, for Kordich Construction, there is a column on this table that says local business points. And the previous table had shown that there was 8 points given to Kordich Construction. That has been corrected to 0 points given for local business preference or local business points. In the board report itself, under page 4, it correctly lists that Kordich Construction did not receive local business preference points, but the table had conflicting information. And so this table has been updated to show that Kordich Construction did not receive the 8 points for local business.
Okay, and again, same question regarding Kordich Construction. The numbers that we have across the board on Kordich has now been confirmed by the bureaus that we've got the accurate numbers in front of us, no discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So, as I mentioned, this board report first came to the board on the October 31st, 2017 meeting. And at that meeting, GERBCON gave comments, public comments, and stated that their company principal, Gordon Gerbeback, has many years of experience with other companies, and consideration should have been given for that experience. Section 5 of the Statement of Qualifications was based on a review of work experience. And the instructions in the SOQ stated the contractors required to submit projects they completed from within the last 3 years for 10 different subsections of this work experience. In GERBCON's submittal, they only provided information for 3 of the 10 subsections. Only 3 of the 10 subsections were filled out. And the information that was provided in the 3 sections that was filled out was insufficient. Staff can only evaluate the Statement of Qualifications based on the information that's provided by the contractor. And when only 3 of the 10 subsections are filled out, it's difficult to justify a high score under Section 5. GERBCON did receive, based on an average of 3 points and 7 points, an overall score of 5 out of 20 possible points under Section 5, which is work experience. Again, that's based on only receiving information for 3 of the 10 subsections. The emergency sewer and storm drain repair work can be risky business, or risky work, I'm sorry. And we want to ensure that the companies have enough experience in responding to these situations. Based on the work experience provided, staff do not recommend to include companies that do not demonstrate sufficient experience to be on this on-call list. However, again, as stated in the October 31st meeting, GERBCON's saying that even though the company is less than 2 years old, the principal, Gordon Gerbeback, has many, many years of experience. And I request that the SOQs be based on not just the company experience, but the experience of individual people as well. So to speak a little bit to that, the SOQ evaluation is intended to be based on company experience, not individual personnel experience. So in order to evaluate all the 25 SOQs that were received, the staff reviewed the experience based on companies' experience in a consistent manner for all other 25 companies, SOQs. However, GRBCON did, in their original SOQ submittal, provide some supplemental information. And this was information on the individual, Principal Gordon Gerbevac. And it showed different projects that he had worked on as an individual, not as the company. Originally, staff did not consider this information, this supplemental information, since it did not meet the criteria for evaluation for Section 5, which is based on company, not individual. However, subsequent to the October 31st meeting, staff went and reviewed this supplemental information. We found that Mr. Gerbevac's capacity for the recent projects within the last 3 years was as an employee, as a foreman for a separate company other than GRBCON. Most of the information provided was outside of the 3-year window, which was the instructions in the SOQ, provide projects within the past 3 years. It did appear that perhaps as late as 2002, Mr. Gerbevac did have experience as a president or co-owner of a different company. However, this experience is more than 10, almost 15 years ago, and therefore not relevant. They also listed 3 projects in 2009 where they were a subcontractor for one of them and a prime for 2 of them. But again, these projects are 8 years ago and not meeting the criteria of the SOQ requirements. Running a company requires much more than field work. It requires clerical, administration, accounting, contracting, property management, etc. And Mr. Gerbevac's most recent experience is mostly related to the field work as a foreman under a different company. But not the most recent experience is not as owning or running his own company. That experience was more like 10 or 15 years back. The review of the SOQ, therefore, shows that GRBCON did not provide sufficient relevant information to demonstrate the experience required to qualify under this contract. So that's our summary of the issue with GRBCON.
Okay, let's just focus on GRBCON first. Any questions of Mr. Louie before we go to GRBCON's themselves and their counsel? Commissioner Repenning.
Are there other firms that are on this list that are new to, that qualified, that are new to the list?
Yes. A company called Ferreira Construction Company is new to the list as well, and they did qualify. However, one difference is that Ferreira Construction Company has been established for many years. They just simply haven't worked under this contract for the city of Los Angeles. So when they submitted their work experience, we were able to follow up on that work experience since the company has been established for more than a few years, and verify that they do have the experience and, to be able to qualify for this list.
So they've done a number of city projects. They just haven't applied to be submitted a proposal to be added to the on-call list.
And not necessarily the city of LA, but for other agencies, yes.
Thank you. The base score to be selected on the list was 70?
Yes, the maximum number of points you can receive is 100. In order to qualify for the list, you have to receive 70 or above.
Okay. When you look at the combined SOQ score without local business points, GRBCON's at 56.4.
That's correct.
All right, so I'm sure their counsel can address that. Regarding kind of a cousin to Commissioner Repenning's question. My chair's falling apart over here. Are there other what you would describe as new companies, not new to the list, but newer companies in existence? Do you
sewer
know?
Companies in existence?
What?
Sewer construction companies?
In any capacity. Because my question goes to this. I think I don't know that we'll hear this, but if I recall correctly, with our requirements, are we penalizing, in essence, the creation of a new company by people that have experience in an older company? Are we discouraging them from breaking off and forming their own new company? And so that's why I'm asking if there are any other, maybe they meet the experience level, but they're not an older company, they're a newer company. Does that make sense?
Yes. So the other company that is newer is also Kordich Construction, to answer that question. But in regards to your question regarding penalizing new companies, we are not trying to penalize a new company. However, running a company, even if you have an old company, requires a lot. Even if you've been successful in one, there's a lot to get a new company up and running. You know, establishing company policies and procedures, managing your company property, your equipment, your administration and accounting. There are many things that go into running a company. We want to ensure that that company has set themselves up well and is running well so that when they respond to emergency situations, which are risky situations, that they have the ability to respond to those situations in a safe manner. And so we just require that the companies provide us that they have this experience. It doesn't necessarily say that you have to be so old as a company, just that you have that experience so that we can make sure that they're qualified to respond in these risky emergency situations, if that would help clarify that.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Rivas.
I'm looking at the list of completed projects.
Yes.
That I think GERBCon submitted to us.
Yes.
In their like a supplemental. So what you're saying that none of these projects were completed successfully within the last 3 years? Yeah, I'm just a little confused on whether the list I have in front of me was completed by the company, because I see, you know, they have some from LA County Public Works and other cities.
Right.
Yes.
So one thing to clarify is that the SOQs were received on June 15th, 2017. So we wouldn't necessarily consider anything done between June and now, because the SOQs were supposed to be due by June 15th, 2017.
Oh, I see. So maybe some of these, when it says November 17th or October, this year.
Wouldn't have qualified at the time that the SOQs were due to be submitted. So up to June 15th, 2017. Additionally, under this list of table that I have that was submitted in the SOQ, only 5 of those projects were performed as the company GERBCon. The projects prior to that were performed as, as a foreman for a different company. And so it was trying to show that Mr. GERBCon has lots of experience, which is true, but as a different company. And the most recent experience is more as a foreman of a company, not as a principal or an owner of a company. That experience is most recently maybe in 2002, which is maybe 10 or 15 years prior, where he was an owner or a principal running a company. If that helps to answer or clarify something.
Okay, so as GERBCon, he has a successful project, but it's 15 years ago. Is that?
As GERBCon, it's only 5 projects within the past 3 years.
Oh.
And then
as an employee of
yes.
a company, it was 15 years ago.
Of his own company, it was about 15 years ago, yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jacinto.
Thank you. Richard, regarding the development of companies, and there's this emergency list that is very specific and requires administrative as well as competency on behalf. A related question would be, is this the list to build your track record on, or is there another scope of work or line of business with the city for emerging businesses, newer companies to get their start so they can develop a track record so they can compete with this? Or is this a difficult one by nature of its setup?
We have many projects that are regular bid and award projects. Often our SSRP projects, secondary sewer renewal projects, are other regularly bid and award projects that, of course, new businesses can bid upon, and if they receive the lowest bid and are a responsive contractor, then they are able to get on to those contracts. Just like any company that has that ability, they have that ability as well. So whether that be here with the city, where they successfully bid and receive a contract, or another agency, that's how you would, one way you could obtain additional experience.
Okay, but I'm hearing you going back to that, your description of what is necessary for this type of emergency repair, that we have that administrative requirements that we need in order to show the ability to manage in all aspects of the contract scope of work. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Any further questions from Mr. Louie? Thank you, sir. We may have you back in a moment. Any questions from Ms. McGlinchey at all from BCA? So we have representatives from GERBCON here. Sir, you can, in whatever, either you can present yourself or both of you one at a time in whatever order you would prefer.
I think I'll channel this unless I have specific questions, which I need to have my Mr. Gerber back answer. I'd like to just address the...
and just we'll need your name and everything for the record.
Right. My name is Cyrus Senai. I'm counsel to GERBCON. And first of all, I'd like to thank the board for giving us the additional opportunity to have a very full and frank discussion with the two bureaus at the meeting at which Mr. Jordan was present. And I can basically characterize the issue, or rather the debate, as follows. The position of the bureaus is that they set up their SOQ. They think their SOQ is fine. They evaluated everybody, again, based on what they believe are impartial, standardized criteria, and that the fact that our company becomes deficient in the counting of experience is tough luck. I mean, that's essentially the position. And we heard the presentation regarding the issue of what the board, what the bureaucracy actually seeks in evaluating these matters. But one of the things I was able to get some understanding of during this meeting was the actual way in which the evaluations occur. And the board, the bureaus make independent determinations of the qualifications of and the technical abilities and administrative capabilities aside from the experience. So that level of scoring is already built into the charts that you've received under the various sections, and on those matters, GERBCON either scored extremely well or comparably to the other contractors who managed to make it. Where we've fallen deficient is the score of what was originally, I think, 7 and 0, but has now been adjusted to 7 and 3.
You also fall deficient on Section 3, 6.9.
Which was also a form of, which was also a demonstrate, was also that one was the experience with the city, as I understand it. That also was another one that was also built into it, that was built into experience based on the city's, under the BCA's review of contract experience that it had managed to do relating to the city, as was explained to me. If I wasn't explained incorrectly, then I may be wrong. But the bottom line is, all the areas where we fell short were on this issue of experience. Now, the problem that arises, I think, which I put your finger on, President James, is the fact that if you're literally a new company, that formed company, none of the additional experience is counted in the responsive portion of the application. Now, as it was pointed out, we originally had, I think, only 5, or maybe, I think it was actually slightly higher than that, but a limited number of public contracts that actually fit the narrow definition of being performed by the company within the past 3 years. And that's all we listed in our responsive declaration. We didn't in any way attempt to spin or argue that experience that was past 3 years or that was done for other entities was in any way responsive to the information request. We were completely straightforward. when we made the when we submitted it. And then in addition, we submitted the extra list, of which primarily consisted of 2 bars of experience. One was with Gordon Gerbeck Sr. was up until about approximately 8 years ago a president and running a company that was actually a contractor doing, among other things, emergency sewer work for the city of Los Angeles. I mean, directly relevant experience both in the capacity as for field work and for back office administration. Then, for a period of time, he was working for other third-party contractors, some of whom were doing public contract work, and therefore we listed that public contract work in the supplemental information that was in the field. However, I think it has to be conceded that in the situation involving public emergency work, it's primarily the capability of managing conditions on the field that you're concerned about, because the other matters, which are, let's say, billing, T&M sheets, etc., those can be dealt. Those are not the most critical component that you're looking for. You're looking for actually people who know how to manage an emergency job at the time, get the resources done, get it properly put together, properly repaired, and done so in a safe manner. And that's the kind of experience, exactly the kind of experience that the senior Mr. Gerbeck has and can demonstrate that he has. But it did not fall within the 3-year time period, and it also did not fall for the same entity. So technically speaking, it was non-responsive. But the debate that we had during this meeting was the criteria. I mean, I understand the bureaucratic need for figuring out some form of criterias in order to do basic scoring evaluations that they want to be able to apply in a mechanism that they feel is easy, that they can handle, that limits the discretionary deviations from different reviewers, etc. The problem is that the particular criteria that they have decided upon unquestionably discriminates against newer companies which have, which are in the process, which have come into the public works contracting area, successfully and winning their fair share of contracts, but they can't have the additional personnel experience considered. And the reality of the matter is that looking at the entity, while it gives you one mechanism of doing it, of course, could produce inaccurate results if all the relevant managerial people, for example, who are handling sewer contracts, leave and form a new company. Then the old company, which might be a contractor, could be a shell and have no capabilities whatsoever, yet because of the long resume associated with the entity would seem to be a perfectly qualified contractor. So, I mean, the problem that I think that the evaluation criteria has is that it is unduly formalistic, because it solely looks at the entity without trying to see that there's a connection between the people who are currently there, having performed the relevant work, and that also, the flip side of that is for a new entity which has people who have created systems and have experience managing every aspect of this, can't have their experience counted. So, to give you an example, you could have a company, a subdivision of Company A that does sewer construction work. They all get unhappy with the owners. They move and do a new company. Now, Company A may still be a company that is on the list but has no capabilities left over and is being run by people who have no idea what they're doing. Company B is people who are incredibly experienced. But if a new evaluation were to occur under the criteria employed by under the statement of qualifications, Company A would be the one that would be put back on the list, and Company B would be excluded. And that's an irrational result. It's simply irrational. So what we are requesting in this particular case is a broadening of the criteria. Now, the position that was communicated to us during the meeting was essentially the one that you just heard, which was, we like our criteria, we don't want it bent, and we think what we've done is fine. And what I submit to you is that it's in fact unduly limited in the cases where you have new companies. The other situation where a company that's essentially had all its lost all its assets because they walk with their feet is not something we can really cope with. and it's really not relevant, but I do point out that it is a risk of the current evaluation mechanisms. But from our point of view as GURPCon, all we are looking to have done is a broader review based on the kinds of experience that we've demonstrated. And the difficulty I understand that the board has, of course, is that the bureaucracy is extremely resistant to evaluating this experience, as I think you've heard. They don't want to do it because they don't feel that it's done along the same even playing field that they attempted to create when they set up this evaluation mechanism. I grant that's a fair concern, but it leads to an irrational result in this case, as in other cases with companies that have less than 3 years experience, because our company is picking up jobs at a rapid rate. We submitted a supplemental list of projects, which has grown, nearly doubled in the few months since the cutoff period for the original statement of qualification, because GURPCon is picking up business left and right. Why? Because the people actually know how to do the job, and they provide competitive bids. And 6 months from now, we might have actually the criteria, a sufficient number of them. In fact, probably would have a sufficient number to have made this list, considering the number of projects, the limited number of projects we have, and the scoring that we receive for those limited projects. But the bottom line is that's not where we are today, and we're honest about that. But we do believe that the other kinds of experience we have show sufficiently that we should be on that list. The other aspect about this that I'm just slightly concerned about, of course, is that when we originally came forward and I downloaded the chart from that was supposed to have been kept confidential, but which was put on the internet. I initially remarked that the result of a 0 score was impossible, and it wasn't because we had actually worked for the city of LA. It was simply because that it was impossible for GURPCon to have 0 experience in public works sewer contracting, because we had supplied evidence of some. There had to be some points attached to it, and as soon as we raised that point that it was impossible, a new score appears. Now I don't know what the criteria for the scoring was. I do know that there was one issue that was raised during the meeting, which was some concern on ours, which was the status of the intermediary entity that the senior Mr. Gorbachev worked at, which was a company called Percassin. Percassin, when we were discussing it, at least one of the members of the evaluating team was very indignant about placing about the mention of the name, and kept asking what happened to Percassin, what happened to Percassin, what happened to Percassin. That is the entity which my client didn't own but worked for a couple of years ago, and it did a significant amount of emergency sewer work. And the answer is Percassin went bankrupt. And we actually triggered the process because my client, who was working as employment and also as a subcontractor, filed a stop notice, which with the city of LA, which is a matter of public record, because of gross mismanagement by that particular company. And Percassin was an example of the problems that you have when people have gotten on the list based on their experience, but then have a falling out with all their experienced people, lose it, and end up going bankrupt, which is what happened to Percassin, because they had lost all the people that they had hired due to the mismanagement of the ownership, and the ownership has some close personal relatives who actually work within the bureau. So there was a long relationship there, and my sense from that meeting was, and Mr. Jordan was there and can provide perhaps a backup discussion with us, was that there is some ill will about my client's involvement with that particular entity, which did go bankrupt, not because of my client, but we did have a role in it because of we made a claim that resulted in a stop payment notice, triggered other contractors going in and resulting in that company's demise. With respect to the company that my client actually controlled and was president of and helped administrate, that had a long, fruitful relationship with the city of LA until the co-owner decided that he wanted to retire, who was the senior Mr. Gerbevac's father. And so he had worked with that entity, with the city of Los Angeles for years, doing emergency sewer work and other many, many contracts. But it was, as conceded, the last work was about 8 years ago. And then there was the work done for Percassin, and then now the setup with GURPCon. But I think my view is that that when you have entities that are less than 3 years old under the statement of qualifications criteria that's been created by the bureaucracy. Well, I understand. I think it's a reasonable thing to do for companies that are 3 years and older, because then it doesn't work well for new companies, and it doesn't work well for reasons that I articulated, and I think should be obvious. And so, what my suggestion to the board is that in those cases where the company is 3 years or less, the company should take a more holistic approach and look at the actual capabilities of the people who are involved. Where the company has been in existence and working for 3 years, then it does make sense just to look at that snapshot and compare for those companies across that line. So what I would encourage the board to do is to take a look at the long experience of Mr. Gerbevac, of the senior Mr. Gerbevac, the extremely rapid accumulation of experience and successful bidding and performance of contracts that continues on at a steady clip from GerbCon, and employ different criteria for younger companies. And that's essentially what I'm asking. And the board, I understand why the bureaucracy is not happy with that. I understand why they think that it's perhaps because it's not doing everything on an even playing field, but I don't think it makes sense for the city of LA to penalize new entities that have people who have decades of experience coming into a field, who have demonstrated during the time period that they have been in taking public works contracts the ability to both obtain and successfully perform public work contracts in exactly the same area, and reject this kind of experience. I don't think it's in the interest of the city of Los Angeles. I don't think it's rational. I'd be happy to answer any questions from members of the board.
Not yet at this point.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms., you have a question for?
Sure.
Commissioner Penning has a question for.
If you don't end up on our emergency on-call list, would you plan to bid on other sewer repair projects with
Well,
the city?
my client has reviews all of the sewer repair projects for which it meets the technical requirements. I do want to make one point, though, that it is not the case that every single sewer project is just open to anybody who has a contractor's license. Many sewer contractors actually do evaluate contractors looking for more specific experience in specialized areas. For example, the contract that you were just discussing, which you withdrew the bids on, my client actually reviewed that contract, and on that particular case, my client, because of the risk, decided not to bid. But so the bottom line is, my clients do review and go over the other work that's put out by the city of Los Angeles. I believe we have bid for some, but we've not been the lowest bidder. And but we would obviously continue to do that. That's our business, and the GerbCon has managed to pick up work directly or as a subcontractor with multiple cities in Southern California, plus the County of Los Angeles, plus some other entities, and we'll continue.
So the answer to that was yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Davis?
So in summary, in terms of your testimony here today, you're saying that you were not fairly evaluated in terms of being included in the...
Okay, the word fair is a hard. I do not want to be unduly negative towards the efforts of the Bureau. I think the issue of I do not, now that the scoring has been relooked at, I don't have any testimony to say that based on the criteria established by the Bureau, that we were evaluated on a mechanism different from any other. I can't say one way or the other because all I have are these corrected scores. I really don't know about it. What I can say, and what I do say, is for companies that are 3 years and less, I don't think the mechanism for evaluation is logical. It's not rational. Because looking at a 3-year snapshot makes, I think, a lot of sense if everybody has a.
You covered that one already.
Right, exactly. But I don't want to come up and say
give me a sentence in terms of what it is that you were telling me today.
I think that the criteria employed by the statement of qualification is irrational, is not logical for companies that have been in business for less than 3 years that otherwise have can demonstrate experience of managerial personnel, decades of experience of managerial personnel doing exactly the same kind of work that is done currently, and has demonstrated that they are currently doing exactly the same kind of work and picking up contracts and successfully executing them. In other words, we've only been around for 1 year. We've only been in business for a year and a half. We couldn't possibly have 3 years worth of experience.
You're saying you had less than 3 years of experience, right?
Let's put it this way. Let me put it this way. If our experience was double, if you took the 1.5 years that we've been doing work, or actually something like 1 year and a quarter, and then multiplied it as an average, we would qualify.
Let me just ask you this: how many years of experience does your company have?
Company has been began work a year and 2 years in December. So essentially, 2 years in December would be 2 years in December. So essentially, we got about 1.5 years worth of experience because of the cutoff date of June.
So you have 1.5 years experience, and as a result of that, you should be evaluated differently than those with more experience.
Yes, because for the simple, we should have the personnel evaluated because there's no possible way for 1.5 years experience that we could have picked up the number of contracts that companies that have been in existence and fully operational for 3 years. It's just simply impossible. Couldn't be done.
Thank you, sir. Ms. McGlinchey? Mr. Louis is with the Bureau of Engineering. You're with the Bureau of Contract Administration. Bureau of Contract Administration's numbers are really generally what, if I look at everything else, they are what sink this contractor. The 6.9 under Section 3 and the 3 under Section 5. The 7 doesn't help them much at BOE, but Mr. Louis addressed that for BOE. I would like your response on GERBCon. For example, I look at these others, all these others, they're in the 20s. Atlas is 28.75. KEC 28.5, Bubble 18.125, 24, 24, 22, 20. There's Ferreira is a 9.8. Even Kordich is which is here today, they're 11.2, but 6.9. What's the Bureau's explanation of that, taking into account the point, or Mr. Smith, whichever you would prefer, taking into account the points made by counsel for GERBCon?
Good morning, Chris Smith, Bureau of Contract Administration. Those scores were based simply on what the raters were provided in the SOQs. So it's hard to give a score when there's no track record to score, so to speak. That's what those scores reflect.
Either you or Mr. Jordan, in the sense of emergencies, why not consider, as Mr. Sinai suggests, a younger company? I know we have to be as fair as possible and we try to keep as even a playing field as possible, but given that there are some inherent disadvantages to a younger company, why not try and do something in our process to help with that situation? Is the basis that it's an emergency, take it out of the arena altogether? Which I get a bunch of nodding heads from various other bureaus in the room, but go ahead. Does that make it special?
Well, I'll defer to Con Ed because it really goes to sort of what happens in the course of the project. Although, from my perspective, I think the city does look for the complete package of experience both in the field and on the back end.
Let me rephrase the question. Emergency, standard operating, non-emergency. There's something different about emergencies, correct?
Correct.
What is it that's different about emergencies that hurts GurbCon here?
The reason why these criteria were established, and by the way, the scoring criteria that we're discussing today has been used in at least the last 4 cycles of this emergency sewer contract. And all of the criteria that enter were very carefully chosen so that we could defend situations just like this. These are the folks that we call out 24/7 to anything from a small sewer leak on an 8-inch line to a collapse of the north outfall sewer, which has happened, where you're pulling a car out of a giant sinkhole. In fact, we had a situation like that not too long ago.
I was there.
Yep. The city must have the assurance that the people we're going to call out to those situations have the capacity and the ability to know what they're doing. We're not questioning this contractor's ability, but a person is not a business in the way that we are scoring these SOQs. We need a company that can actually go out and do the work, but also handle the business end of it too. We just don't have a track record that we can score with this contractor in that respect.
Okay. Commissioner Repenning?
I'm not sure if this is better for you or for Mr. Louie, but so we have 25 on the list, and I know at the last meeting, GurbCons, they were fine with us ordering the list. So if we did decide to add them back, they would be at the end of it. How quickly do you normally go through this list?
It all depends on how quickly the requests for repairs come in, but it wouldn't take long.
So once a year?
No, probably more than that. We do 400 plus repairs a year.
Okay.
So that list cycles several times.
I see. Okay, so my question was really about whether that would be additional time to have them accumulate more experience with us. My other question is whether, what my perspective, and I know we have one other contractor to hear from, but my perspective on this is I think it benefits us in many ways as a city to have as robust a marketplace as possible. We get better pricing, and I think we always want to look for ways to bring new businesses into our fold and to help them be successful. My question is whether, there's some sort of middle ground, that where they are able to join us in learning these emergency repairs, getting the experience to get, a real place on the list, rather than the sort of question of, they're really fighting to be part of our work, and so there's a reasonable amount of experience with the players involved. So, is there a middle ground for us to sort of bring them in a way that isn't going to, it's a conversation I've been having as well with Ken Red on some of the sewer repair materials and how the use of materials is limiting the use of certain contractors. Is there a middle ground on this, Chris?
Yeah, a couple of things, Commissioner. First of all, when you're talking about the competitive pricing, this is time and material work. So the contractor is reimbursed from a set rate. They submit all their labor costs to us in advance. There's no mystery about what the price is going to be here. We pay for what the work costs.
Right, and I guess I don't mean necessarily in terms of this list, but actually having more contractors active and working. They're bidding on other projects as well.
Understood. One option that we could do instead of having a 5-year cycle is maybe a 2.5-year cycle, shortening the cycle in some way. That would give the contractor more opportunity to get more experience. That was really their major problem here is in the experience sections of the evaluation, they didn't list enough work because they didn't have the work to list. And when you're talking about the opportunity for new contractors coming into the process, we did put that in the process. They don't have to list city jobs, but if they list non-city jobs, they have to list 10 non-city jobs. The contractor didn't do that.
Is there a way to have them partner? I'm just thinking of solutions to try to, I do like the idea of shortening the cycle. I don't know how much, staff time that takes to reissue more quickly, but I think that's one, so that it's not so long a wait for them.
Well, I would see that as some kind of a supplemental process, so we don't have to put everybody through the, it's a lot of work.
The problem
to
with
put
shortening the
these
cycle
things-
is it's also a lot of work for the contractors, not just city staff.
But
Yeah,
you could reopen it for new proposers.
we could, that's a possibility we could look into.
Okay, I like that idea.
You can reopen. Leave them on a list and reopen.
Reopen it
Yeah.
sooner.
Commissioner Davis?
In terms of the eligibility to apply for the job, the firm was eligible to apply, right?
Yes, we accept all applications. In section 1, there's a checklist that you must have all of the things in that section. If you fail that, you fail. If you get through that, which both of these contractors did, then we go on to the actual scoring process. But we're not precluding anybody from submitting a package to us.
So they were eligible to apply?
Correct.
And in terms of the limitations in this particular cycle, we required a 5-year cycle, right?
Yes.
And in doing so, it required those firms who applied to have to list for us 5 examples, 10 examples of experience. Is that correct?
The experience requirement was 5 city jobs or 10 non-city jobs.
So then, if it was 5 city jobs and 10 non-city jobs, and they didn't have 5 and 10, were they eligible to apply?
It's not and, it's or.
Okay, or, so they were eligible to apply?
Yes, if you don't have any city experience, you can still submit it using experience outside the city within the 3-year period of the
Therefore,
SOQ.
you're leading me then to the decision to be made today. So, if it's or, and it's not and, they were eligible. And then, in terms of due process, even though Con Ed didn't consider them as having the most experience, and they don't, but yet the concern of the city is emerging businesses. How do businesses emerge in such a rigorous process as has been presented in this particular item that we have? And if emerging businesses is one of the issues that we care about, and we do really want businesses to emerge, and it seems that they cannot, as we look at the due process, the decision in terms of whether a firm like this is included is the decision of the Board of Public Works, correct?
Correct.
So that we can still put them in because we believe that our value is that emerging businesses are important to emerge in such a process as this.
Correct.
So we can make that decision today if we choose to do so.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Jacinto.
Thank you, President James. Chris, you know, what I'm dealing with is sort of the frame of what do we do with companies that have less than 3 years? Okay, and you said it for 4 cycles. You've used this criteria based on facts, based on a rigorous vetting, which we ask you to do as our professional staff.
Right.
So I appreciate that. I asked engineering, and I'll ask you the same question. Does GERBCON have an opportunity to bid for other contracts, not just this one, others, and be competitive in terms of their...
Absolutely.
So that we're not precluding them for doing other city contracts and other repairs?
No, and I will admit to you, we have a higher standard for this particular program because of the nature of the work.
So there's a different standard for emergency repair?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rivas.
So when I see emergency sewer and storm repairs, I expect it to have a higher standard because of what can happen. And like you said recently, that sinkhole in Studio City. And so I can understand why this is more rigorous and why a company maybe with a year or year and a half experience and that doesn't meet the projects wouldn't qualify yet. It doesn't mean that they won't in the future once they have more city projects or more outside of the city, like you said, 5 or 10. But today, they don't qualify. I think we presented potential options on how to eventually bring in an emerging company to, like, maybe shortening the cycle or everything, but that's not something we're going to do today. And so for me, my decision is to not include them today because I feel like we would have to reevaluate everyone and others that didn't make it on the list today. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Rivas. Then we'll go to Commissioner Penning, then Commissioner Davis.
I would like to make a motion to approve the Bureau's recommendation with an amendment to request an opening for new evaluations in two years.
So just so I understand your motion, Commissioner Penning. So your motion would be for this contractor, for GERBCon right now, we haven't heard the other one yet, but for GERBCon would be your motion is to adopt the recommendation of the Bureau regarding GERBCon, which would keep them off the list now, but to reopen the list in 2 years for new people to come on. So the ones that are already on the list don't have to go through the process again, but it just opens the opportunity for new people to apply to be on the list. Is that correct?
That would be my motion.
Okay. I'm inclined to second that motion, but Chris, your thoughts on reopening? What's that? Okay, well, there you go. Commissioner Davis seconds it. But before we vote on it, what's your thoughts on reopening the list? Meaning, we're not recycling and putting everybody through it all again, but just reopening it at 2 years for additional people.
Yeah, this was actually discussed the last time we went through this process because we also had a protest that was for safety reasons.
So here we are again.
Yeah, and they weren't put on the list, but the possibility of being able to get on the list at some point in midstream was discussed. So I really don't have a problem with it.
Okay. It's obviously something that our board likes to do. So there's your motion and your second. Commissioner Davis.
I just wanted to say that, and it was raised by Commissioner Rivas in terms of the level of expertise we need to have, and I earlier discussed eligibility and what we're expecting, and you did say it was not and, it was or. I just hope that at this point in time, we can be clear about what it is we're expecting for people to apply, so that if we are really saying a certain amount of experience, that we're clear about that, so that those who apply have that. And so when we have what we have today, we haven't been clear about our message. So I'm concerned about us being clear about our message, number one. And number two, and even more important, I think the city, unfortunately, is going to have to do more to help contractors, prime contractors, subcontractors who are applying for our work. We are going to have to do more work in terms of providing opportunities for technical assistance for those who are applying, particularly with subs, I will say, because in doing that, we're really helping primes as well. I have discovered in a short amount of time that primes really do need to have us to do more work to help further develop subs to do business with us. So I'd like to talk about that more in the future, but I thought this would be a great time to say that. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. I happen just, I'm going to throw down my 2 cents when we have the vote. I'm going with the Bureau's recommendation on the emergency issue. I think it's very clear that we have to have a higher standard on emergencies. Commissioner Rivas, I thought you made the point excellent, and so I agree with you. On the Commissioner Repenning's motion, seconded by Commissioner Davis, that is to, regarding GERBCon, we'll have a second issue regarding Kordich in a moment. But regarding GERBCon, it is to meet the Bureau's recommendation, but reopen the list in 2 years. It may have an effect on Kordich in a minute, we'll find out. But at least right now it relates to GERBCon. So the motion has been made and seconded. Is there any objection? Without objection, that will be the order. Let's go. We'll deal with forthwith issues after we finish with Kordich. So we have another issue. Mr. Louie, do you need to say anything additionally regarding Kordich that I know that we covered it a little bit in your first presentation. Anything you want to add?
I just wanted to add that, again, as you stated, at the November 6th meeting, Kordich stated that their principal, Todd Kordich experience, should have given their company a higher rating as well. It's a kind of a similar situation here. Unfortunately, we were not able to coordinate a time that works to meet with Kordich before today's meeting. So that's just the only update I have to give on that.
Well, so you haven't met with them, There are, let's hear from Kordich's representative, and then, Mr. Smith, I'm going to ask you questions about your two that you've given them there from the Bureau of Contract Administration, recognizing that they did get a higher Section 3 score. Sir, you are Mr. Nicoli?
That's correct.
Did I say it right?
President James. I'm sorry?
Did I say it correctly?
That's correct, yes.
Great. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Maybe the last part was instructive for you, but go ahead.
It was. Thank you. Hope you all had a nice weekend. I was relieved that my suit fit this morning. But my name is Anthony Nicoli. I'm counsel for Kordich Construction. I'm going to introduce you to Todd Kordich, who's come on up, Todd. This is Todd Kordich. He is the president owner of Kordich Construction. He's the reason that we're here today. Kordich Construction was not put on this list, but they should be there. There is no rational or sensible reason for Kordich not to be on this list. There are several things that I want to mention. First is we have not had an opportunity to meet with the city attorney, and that meeting is scheduled for Wednesday. So if the board is not inclined to put Kordich on the list today, I would like an opportunity to meet with the city and then come back to the board.
Here's what I would like to do then. I'm going to let you finish your thought there as I interrupted you, but what I want to do today is you can summarize your position for us, and I want to hear from Mr. Smith how your client ended up with a 2 here, and maybe that's helpful for you to hear, and then we're set up for this meeting to take place, and we'll see if we can resolve something here. But go ahead.
That would be perfect.
You're about to finish your thought.
Thank you. I'll be very brief.
Yeah.
With respect to experience, companies are people, right? I mean, that's what companies are. They consist of people, not of this outer shell or structure that we call a company. They're not abstract things.
How many people at Kordich?
Okay, at Kordich we have Richard J. Kordich, who's the president.
I just need numbers.
57 years of experience. I'm sorry?
Numbers. How many people?
Oh, well, in terms of principals, owners, we have 3. Richard J. Kordich, who's the president, he has 57 years experience doing this type of emergency work. Richard A. Kordich, the vice president, has 32 years of experience. And Todd Kordich, who has 30 years of experience since 1988, he has handled hundreds of these emergency tour calls.
So I'm up to 3 people. How many more people?
In terms of laborers, that's off.
We have 10 total.
10 total. Okay, thank you. Go ahead,
10
sir.
total. So in terms of, who do you want to answer the call at 3 in the morning for an emergency? This is the man right here, and he's done it repeatedly. Why he wouldn't be on the list, simply because he changed the sign out in front of his company, it's not sensible. And just don't hear it from me as his advocate, but the law backs me up on this. And there's a case that I'm going to present to the city attorney, and I'm just going to read you.
So I'm going to give you 2 minutes to do that because I don't really want to do that here. I would rather have that done without everybody else's time offline because we're holding a lot of people here since you haven't had a chance to have that meeting yet.
Right. It would take me 5 seconds to read one sentence, and I promise you no more law after this.
Go ahead.
President James. Okay. The court says, in determining compliance with bidder experience requirement, an agency may consider the experience of the bidder's employees, even if the experience was gained while these employees worked for other companies. In other words, you look at the experience of the employees regardless of where they got it. Now, Kordich Construction, their principals have combined of experience of 100 years of doing this sewer type emergency work. 3 years ago, they opened up Kordich Construction. And the idea that they shouldn't be on the list simply because they changed their name doesn't really make sense where the rubber hits the road. We want people out there that have experience and that have done this, more so than simply longevity of the name of your company. If you have a pilot...
So I've got that. So as a 25-year litigator, sir, I know that you are compelled to say more. I've been in your place many, many times. and we're going to give you that opportunity. But I want you to have the meeting with our team first, and I'm really interested, and I think it may be helpful for you to prepare for the next hearing on what Mr. Smith has to say about the Bureau of Contract Administration, because as I see it, you're about 6.67 points away.
We're very close, and I will say that Bureau of Engineers gave us 12 points on Section 5.
Yeah, I see that.
And so and we got 2 points from Contract Administration, so
I
think they should be a little more in line.
Well, we'll ask them. All right.
Well, and when I say that, Bureau of Contract's coming up, right?
I know which direction you're talking about.
I am passionate about this, but I'll reserve it for the next hearing.
All right.
And I look forward to meeting with the city attorney. Thank you very much for the
Thank you. Mr. Smith, Mr. Louie, either one of you want to give us a summary if you're ready? If not, we can do it at the next hearing, but I thought we'd at least give some direction to the council for Kordich. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
What did you want to know?
Oh, the reason they got a 2. If you look at Section 5, under SOQ average from the Bureau of Contract Administration, they are the lowest on the bunch here.
I'll speak to my team, but we all contacted the references that were listed for the jobs that they listed, which wasn't a complete listing, by the way, which is another reason why their score was very low. But I suspect that the answers they got were the reasons why they scored it so low.
Okay. So what I'd like to happen is a week from today is December 3rd? 4th. It's a 4th. Right, Mr. Mendoza? Yeah.
December 4th, yes.
Okay. Council, are you available on December the 4th? We'll work with your calendar here, because you're going to get the same hearing that Gerbicon got. Well, we can work with you. We'll set it for December 4th now. If you need to change it, you can get Mr. Mendoza's card here, and you can let him know, and we'll deal with it accordingly. Right. And then what I would like for you to do is, I know that you were unable to get together with our city attorney and our representatives from the Bureau. Obviously, we want you to do that in the next week if we're setting it for December 4th. But if it can't happen by then and it needs to go out a few more days, let us know and we'll schedule it accordingly. Okay? All right. Thank you all. So we're still holding. We have the order on Gerbicon. The list is going to be open in 2 years anyway, no matter what happens with Kordich. And we're going to hear Kordich on December 4th, 2017. All right, unless council requests otherwise because of scheduling a meeting. All right, thank you, sir. Well, so your request has been made. Okay, they'll handle it how they handle it, but the request has been made. Okay, so thank you to the Bureau of Contract Administration as well. We have one item left. Mr. Roch, Mr. Mendoza, have we cleared all the voting items this morning?
Yes, you have.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Roch, go ahead.
Good morning, Paul Roch, Director of the Office of Community Beautification, here to provide a quarterly update of activities of OCB, which will cover the period of July through the end of October of current year. As far as the graffiti abatement program, a total of slightly over 10 million square feet of graffiti was removed from 106,963 locations citywide. As represented by the square footage removed, 35% was removed in South LA, 25% in Central LA, 23% East Side, 7% graffiti abated in the San Fernando Valley, 5% on the West Side, and 3% in the Harbor area. A total of 34,982 requests for service were completed. 83% of the requests were completed within 1 day of being requested,
and request work accounted for approximately 30% of the overall work. The other 70% was performed as a result of the proactive work of the graffiti abatement contractors. These contractors also provide public right-of-way cleanup services. For the same period of time, 1,665 locations were cleaned of weeds, trash, litter, and debris. 30,737 trash bags were filled and removed from along the public right-of-way, as well as 1,655 bulky items were collected and removed as well. Volunteer cleanups over this period of time, OCB participated in and helped coordinate 52 cleanup beautification events. These involved 3,214 volunteers who picked up 6,321 trash bags. Some of these groups that we worked with included numerous neighborhood councils, churches, schools, youth organizations, a skate park cleanup, some tree maintenance events, several park cleanups, skid row cleanups, and beach cleanups. So pretty much covered a wide variety throughout the city of Los Angeles. In September, we worked with the West Beach Playa del Rey Property Owners Association, who conducted their 40th annual cleanup event, the longest running continuous neighborhood-sponsored cleanup in the city of Los Angeles. In addition to OCB, this particular event involved support from both the Bureaus of Street Services and Bureau of Sanitation, as well as the County Beaches and Harbors Department. So I guess when you've been doing something for 40 years, you know how to bring out resources. Just a few other items to highlight for this particular period of time. OCB provided cost estimates in 12 cases of graffiti vandalism requested through city attorney or LAPD. Actually had to appear in court to provide expert testimony on 3 separate occasions. We received 3 new Adopt a Median projects during this period of time. We wrote 32 letters of acknowledgement.
Sorry, Paul, where was the expert testimony again?
3 times where a member of the OCB staff actually had to go in and testify in court as to the costs of graffiti. In a lot of cases, we just have to do a paper invoice, and we're not necessarily called in to testify, but...
So they're looking at assessing restitution and stuff like that?
Yes, exactly. And in a lot of cases, it really just depends on the defense attorney and certain situations involved in the whole restitution process. But sometimes we do have to actually go in and testify as to the costs and why they are what they are.
Let me ask an interesting question, since we're a governmental entity. Mr. Jordan, there's really no one to assess our costs to, do they add our costs for our city staff time to the cost of restitution that a defendant would have to pay? Is there a way for this to be a cost recovery? In other words, that's what I'm looking for here.
Well, so we do add, sort of city administrative, costs. We figured out sort of a formula that covers not only the direct cost of going out and removing the graffiti, but also the costs to the city sort of overall to run a graffiti abatement program, including, OCB salaries, the cost that it costs the city to run a
So you feel like your staff
311 system.
You feel like your staff time is included in there for going to court as well?
Yes.
Good. You answered my question. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Very helpful.
Thank you. Glad I could help.
Mr. Roch took care of that. Go right ahead, sir.
Just a couple other quick items. Over this period of time, we did receive 3 new Adopt a Median projects that will be coming to the board once they've been reviewed and approved by some various agencies, Street Services, Department of Transportation, those review agencies. We wrote 32 letters of acknowledgement for the posting of temporary signage on construction walls, which is a program that the city allows posters and such to be placed in exchange for those companies placing the posters to keep the area a block in each direction free of weeds, trash, litter, graffiti, and OCB has to write a acknowledgement letter of those locations before they get a permit from Building and Safety, and then we have to monitor those contractors to make sure that they're adhering to their requirements. We've been going through the process of trying to fill some vacancies, gone through several interviews, actually found one person that we were hoping would work out, but it appears that he had better things on his plate, so we're continuing, including some more interviews this afternoon, and thanks to Raul for assisting us on that, and all the work that he's actually put in, helping us through the budget process and everything else. He's been a great value to our office, so I'll close with that.
That's good to hear. And whoever it was, I'm sure it was just other stuff to do. I don't think it's possible necessarily to do better stuff. The work you're doing is the people's work, sir. We appreciate it. We appreciate your office, the community engagement, and all of that. And for us, Paul, it kind of seems to me like every year we kind of come back around, at least every year that I've been here with you now in our fifth budget together. It's always kind of this budget issue. I think I'm optimistic. I think we're going to be fine. I know there are a couple of hurdles this year that we didn't have as pronounced as they are this year, with wages that have to be paid and such. So it'll be interesting, but I feel like council's well aware. They're educated there on the issues, and I think we'll survive it. We'll see, though. But thank you for your good work and the good work of your team. I would only ask regarding some of the staff members that have moved on to other places. Have you been able to fill those vacancies, or are we helping you with that? Are you kind of marching down the road in the right direction?
Well, that's what we're working on. We actually have, 2 vacancies that we're trying to fill right now, and we've gone through, a management analyst and also management assistant interviews. We thought we had that one right person who had a lot of the similar type of experience and stuff like that, but it just didn't work out. But hopefully soon we will have those positions filled up.
Good. Well, we hope so too. Commissioner Rivas.
Thank you for your update and for all the great work that your office is doing. For our graffiti abatement, you mentioned that 83% of the requests have been taken care of within one day.
By the next day, yes.
By the next day.
Right.
So is that higher than maybe this time last year?
It is a bit higher, which is
higher to me.
Yeah, kind of our goal, and we did have additional resources provided to OCB to put more graffiti abatement staff out there, so that the mayor wants to get us to 90%. So hopefully by the end of this fiscal year, once those crews are fully up and running and know the areas that they're working in and stuff, we should hopefully at least get close to 90%. One thing we're trying to do is change. We've been using the expression sort of like within 24 hours, but we found that in a lot of cases, even if a request went in at 9 o'clock in the morning and was taken care of the next day by 10 or 10:30 in the morning, it wasn't really counting, the way that our database counted things, because if it was actually less than 24 hours. So we're trying to track that now just by next day. So sometime within the next day of when a request is served.
Do you mean like next business day?
Well, yeah, although I don't think that the request system actually does next business days, and really it doesn't matter because our crews are out there 7 days a week anyway. So.
Well, thanks to you and our graffiti contractors, the nonprofits that make this happen, and I know they're working hard to reach that goal.
And one thing I didn't mention, and thanks to Commissioner Rivas, Keep LA Beautiful will be having another rain barrel event coming up in the next few weeks and stuff like that. So I actually had a little bit of rain this morning, and my barrel has been dry for so long, actually has a little bit of water in the bottom of it again now. So we're looking forward to that.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Any other questions? The oral report will be received. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome
Okay.
back, everybody. Have a nice week. We are adjourned. We have cleared the desk, haven't we, Mr. Mendoza?
Yes, you have.
Well, then now we are adjourned. Thank you.